So for those who don't know, this is a hub. This is the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, and this is a hub for serious meditators and people who are seriously concerned with the Dharma, with the teachings of Buddha. So, not everybody is interested in Buddhism. Of course, probably doesn't need to be said, but it's true. And we as practitioners, we as people who want to get enlightened, are not always going to be interested in Buddhism. We're not always going to be interested in meditation. We're not always going to be concerned with the truth. But through our mutual presence, we have a chance to inspire one another to really be concerned with the truth rather than feeling pleasure, rather than feeling pain, rather than feeling bored. There's this real chance here and now to be concerned with the truth. To ask the question, what is the truth? What does the Buddha have to say about the truth? And that's another one of those things that maybe doesn't necessarily need to be said, but nobody cares here if you're not concerned with the teaching of Buddha, what you think about things, because this isn't just a place where we kind of throw ideas around. We want to reflect our ideas in the mirror of the Buddha Dharma. Remember, dear friends, that this path of Chan or awakening is two-sided. To cultivate thoughts, to cull thoughts, to bring thoughts down to zero, and to prevent further thoughts from arising. And besides that, reflect upon the serenity of awareness or the serenity of being. There's no in-between. There's no discussion. There's no need for thinking. The beliefs that we hold about ourselves and about the world and about others are irrelevant to the truth of being in the here and now. All over the world there are people wearing colorful clothes, going to beautiful places. But do they know about the truth? Are they willing to remember rather than to perpetuate forgetting? This is not about forgetting who we are. This is not about forgetting our suffering and forgetting our problems. This is about remembering our true nature. Whatever dream or situation that you find yourself in or believe yourself to be in, just like a dream, not to be understood, not to be manipulated, not to be figured out or controlled, but to be woken up from. Every thought, every feeling, every sensation in the body, knocking on the open door of awakening to the way that it already is here and now. But you must dare to cut the vines of thinking that entangle you. You must dare to stop the perpetuation of thoughts overriding your direct experience. Rather than seeking for this or that, reflect upon what is already serene, what is already finished, what is already complete. Breathing in the here and the now, bring a smile to my face. Breathing out, I relax and release all thoughts about myself. Breathing in, smiling. Breathing out, relaxing and releasing and cutting all thoughts. This path is not about being happy or making happiness. This path is about realizing pathlessness and being at peace with everything that is right here. Not based in thoughts, not based in stories, not based in ideas about things. Instead of thinking, listen to the heart beating. If you can't hear it, listen for it. If you can't feel it, be open to feeling it. Dare to be vulnerable, dare to be weak, dare to be exposed, dare to lose. Dare to be stupid. Dare to be less than what you want to be. Bring thoughts to no thinking. Stop talking. Stop doing things. Reflect the mind back onto itself. Reflect the body back onto itself. Reflect the seeing back onto itself. Reflect the hearing back onto itself. People's stupidity has nothing to do with their race or their culture or what they smell like or what they look like. Stop focusing on the appearances and the attributes and start coming back to and coming from the center of awareness, the center of being, the center of non-discriminatory presence. Closing the eyes, being in an upright seated position. Not needing to think about things, not needing to move the body around. All of the energy of needing turned towards experiencing. Bring depth to your mind, bring subtlety to your mind, bring up your genuineness, your authenticity, bring up your willingness to cut off whatever thought arises. Bring up the willingness to restrict further thoughts from arising and taking root. If a thought happens, don't believe in it. Go back to the direct experiencing. Remember that the truth is not in this practice. This practice is in the truth. This is not contrivance for contrivance sake, or practice for practice sake. This is simply going to the coffee shop because they have a good cappuccino there. This is simply practicing meditation to see, to experience the inner goodness, the inner depth, so that we can be less wasteful about the wonderfulness of this life and this experience, so that we can be more insightful when it comes to the inherent impermanence of all thoughts and all phenomena and all states of being that we go through, all states of identity that we cling to. Not about being relaxed, more about facing, about directness of experience, about returning, about remembering, whatever is now. If you can notice suffering, great. It's not to have another thought and then believe in it and then run around in circles. It is to see that thought and to cut it down with your willingness to be uninvolved, with your willingness to return to direct experiencing or the breath as it's happening. We are constantly poisoning ourselves with belief. And we're missing out on how deep and wonderful the nature of our mind is always, regardless if the experience is pleasant or unpleasant. How true this moment here and now is, regardless of the entire story of our entire lives. That annoyance is an invitation to finish the job of remembering who you truly are. Do not be annoyed by annoyance. Do not be confused by confusion. Do not continuously perpetuate thinking. Stop thinking. Don't think. And face the mind that resists when you say no more thinking. It is not you that controls your mind. It is your mind that controls you. Now it's time to face the controller. Your annoyance is your stupidity. Just desire, hidden in annoyance. Nature cannot be annoyed. The true nature of your mind cannot be annoyed. Try to meditate so that you can be a valuable member of this community. Breathing in, I can feel that I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I can feel that I am breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out is enough for me. Let it be enough for you too. Not in your life, not in your story, not in your relationships with others, not with your ideas about your past and your ideas about your future. Just here, just now, from center. Okay, everyone, welcome to today's session of the Monk Life Meditation Institute. We are here in Dalat, Vietnam. You're welcome to continue meditating. You're welcome to make a substantial financial donation. You're welcome to call in on WhatsApp to ask a question, to make a request, to complain. And we can enjoy the next few hours here by the lakeside, concerned with the Dharma, concerned with enlightenment, and have a little bit of happiness too. With a view like this, a little happiness won't hurt. Last night, early this morning, I finished season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen. So I'm up to date now with what's going on in Jujutsu Kaisen. And then I slept and I had a Jujutsu Kaisen dream, which is a good sign. And now I'm in the here and now. You know what I mean? I was also watching some TikTok videos this morning. And I saw this place in Guatemala where the hippies have kind of come in and gentrified it and taken over. And you see all these people with their fancy clothes and their white skin and their pompousness about initiation into Kundalini, queendom, and things like that. And what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to talk about is that the surface doesn't matter. What you think about doesn't matter. It's what you're willing to sacrifice now that matters. If you're willing to sacrifice everything, well then welcome to Arhatship. Welcome to Nibbana. But if you're not willing to sacrifice your identity, your thoughts, your stories, then you better get back on TikTok.
We're going to do this. We're going to do this a couple of ways. Those that have the 1,000 plus 1, that means you're coming with your 1,000 that you're giving, plus you've asked someone else to give. Now you don't have to stop at 1,000, and we're going to deal. So in other words, if you say, Pastor
Let's start that
Winans,
back from the beginning. Let's really enjoy
we're going to do this
together.
a couple of ways. Those that have the 1,000 plus 1, that means you're coming with your 1,000 that you're giving, plus you've asked someone else to give. Now you don't have to stop at 1,000, and we're going to deal. So in other words, if you say, Pastor Winans, I'm coming with my 1,000 plus another 3,000, then you'll say that. You understand? And if you didn't get the plus 1, but you maybe came with $250, you're going to come say that this is my 1,000 plus 250. You with me? And we're going to go all the way down. So I need you, in order for this to work, I need you to come when you're called with the offering that you're bringing.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity with the vision of Perfecting Church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
Praise God. Praise the Lord. Can you go to get a jacket? So it's up and down, up and down, up and down. This relative, that relative. But the absolute is inclusive of all. So whether it's good or bad, or you like it or you don't like it, or it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. But you can't do that if you're not practicing generosity seriously, if you don't understand what detachment is, if you're not following the precepts seriously, then you're not allowed to play. You're going to be the one who's played with. The mind is very dangerous. There's nothing more dangerous to you than your own mind. So you have to begin to start reining, putting some reins on the mind, putting some reins on your frivolous activity of consumption and seeking and avoidance. Okay? We're fighting against the villain of ourselves. We're fighting against the supervillains of greed, of anger, of non-practical, complicated thinking. There's no way out. There's no cheat code. This is your life. This is it. The smell of shit and the smell of flowers go together. They support each other. If you don't know how to step back from what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're thinking about, then you're a fucking dummy. And you better listen to me and concern yourself with the teachings of the Buddha. And I'm saying that to myself more than I'm saying it to anybody here who's in the congregation. Okay? I'm Pastor Rob. Well, I'll be Pastor Rob in a few moments. Look at this, the people getting married. The meaning of dreams is just like the meaning of thoughts. So, your thoughts have a meaning in terms of other thoughts. But thoughts as things are subject to reality, subject to impermanence, subject to the emptiness of separation, subject to not being satisfactory. So we're not working to interpret thoughts and interpret dreams and interpret ideas. We're working to stop interpretation and to wake up from dreaming here and now. And you need to start with that by being more generous, more willing to give, more willing to help, more willing to listen, more willing to let go, more willing to surrender unto direct experience. You have to begin to get a rein on the mind, to train the mind, to not just be in a constant state of seeking and avoidance. Otherwise, your mind will not be deep, and your thoughts will always be impractical, complicated, confusing nonsense. Let the body be still. That will help your thoughts to be still. And with thoughts and body that is generally still, your breath will be more easy to focus on. Don't get caught up, don't get tangled up in that it feels good or that it feels bad. Just go deeper into the feeling itself. The feelingness, the capacity to feel. If there's pain when you try to sit upright and still, don't get caught up in focusing on pain being painful, but look at, be with what pain is. Go right into it, go deeply into it. Because our mind is very tricky and stupid, a lot of complicated thoughts, a lot of stories, a lot of politics, a lot of religion, a lot of philosophy, a lot of this and that. We're not going to be able to investigate the mind directly right off the bat. And you may have not been practicing to do good deeds much or practice generosity much. You may have not been following precepts seriously. You may not have experience with that. So you're going to have to face pain or face the directness of this experience as it already is, more deeply, more closely, more intimately. What do you think? Is there anything that we should talk about? Is there anything important on your mind about your practice or about this community to bring up, to share?
Sitting in caves. So the absolute and the relative aren't actually two different things. It's the same. That's the suggestion of not two-ness or wholeness, is that the absolute and the relative are one and the same. So what appears is the absolute appearing relative. The absolute is unconditional. So in the same way, you could say that the relative is unconditional, or an appearance of the unconditional. Now, being unlimited, boundless, unconditioned, the absolute can appear as anything, meaning there's no real reason behind it. There's no real purpose or meaning to it. It's just freedom appearing as this. Being already absolute, of course, it doesn't have a goal. It's not trying to become anything. It's not trying to become a better absolute. In that way, you could say it's contentment just appearing as this. It's fulfillment appearing as this. Now, there's an experience that appears, and of course, the absolute being absolute, being unconditioned, could appear as anything. And so one thing it seems to appear as is a sense of separation. Now, what I mean by separation is, to that sense, the appearance is no longer the unconditional appearing. It's now a real appearance. It's now an appearance that's separate from me, the experiencer of everything that's happening. And that experience of I am separate from everything comes with some conditions. One is the feeling that, or the experience that what is has meaning, that it has purpose, that it is intrinsically or fundamentally incomplete. So the individual, that sense of separation, lives in a world that has that demand on it. And it satisfies that demand through the experience of having something called free will, which is another part of this experience of separation, is one being separate and having free will to act on this. And it uses that free will to fulfill its sense of meaning and purpose. And the experience of that is one of becoming. And in every individual is that experience of becoming. There aren't individuals that aren't becoming. They're all becoming something. And as you can tell, every apparent separate individual has their own personal story of what becoming means. Fundamentally, that sense of separation, though, has the sense of loss in it. And it's a mostly unrecognized sense of loss, which relates to the fact that it has lost the absolute, or that's the experience of it. And so there might be a longing, which is somewhat more profound or deeper than the personal experience of wanting to get more or wanting to become. There might be a longing. And that longing is a reflection of the absolute, the sense that there is a loss of something that can't be named or can't be known. You find these folks then end up doing things like eating brown rice and eating a lot of vegetables and meditating a lot and going to silent retreats or sitting in caves where there's no light or sound or anything else, hoping to have a better experience, looking for something else. Now, that search, not in the experience of the individual, there will always be hope, and so hope will always be satisfied and dissatisfied. But that experience as a whole, and its goal of finding endless happiness, is hopeless, because it can't satisfy that sense of loss that comes with the initial experience of being separate from wholeness. So the search of the individual being limited to the appearance, to its experience of separation, has no hope of ever finding what's truly longed for. Fundamentally, why it can't find what's longed for is because it is what is. It is also the experience of separation. There just isn't anything that actually is missing. There actually isn't anything to lose or to have already. There already isn't an individual. This is all still the absolute. Even that experience of separation is the absolute. So in that way, what we're talking about won't be to change anything. There might be changes, there might be insights, there might be all sorts of things, but it has nothing to do with that, really. So the introduction comes from an assumed question, because in the end, I don't know anything we're talking about. It just can't be reflected on. It's everything. So there's an assumed question. I kind of assume a question of what is this about? but there isn't any intention to change anything. It is quite literally, and not because of anything, already perfect. So what's to change? That's not to say there doesn't that excludes activity or includes activity. It has no demand whatsoever. It's just already perfect. If that expresses itself as trying to become, well, that's perfection trying to become. Why not? Makes no difference. All right. Hi, Susanna.
Hi, Jim. Can you
Hi.
hear me well? Yeah, thanks a lot for conducting these meetings. So the introduction was great. Thanks for this. And
Yay.
today I was considering, and when you talked, I was considering about the idea that the most beautiful part of this that it has no cause. So
Yeah.
this is unimaginable, and at the same
Yeah.
time, the most amazing part of it, because we are
Yeah.
so accustomed to cause and effect. It should have
Yeah.
been the beginning. The human mind can't catch it that this has no cause. But on the other hand, if this had a cause, where was it? Why can't we see
Yeah.
the cause of it? Yes.
Yeah.
So the reason, the beginning of it, we can only guess. Even the best scientists can only make guesses about how this all began. So this is the most amazing part of it. And about free will, even in the story, if you think that you have free will, you can't do anything to have everything you want. So where is the free will? So again, even in the story, it can't be proven that you have this free will, but the sense is, the wanting is that you want to have free will because you think that there is some reason, there is some purpose to this appearance. Yeah, that's it. And of course, the loosening is very, very great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Just want
Thanks,
to say,
Susanna.
to share it. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Lorraine.
Hi, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for these meetings. I was wondering if you could speak on openness. I heard a lot of that, in the videos about the openness and then the energy. And so then the me comes.
Something is drawn, like a longing.
Mhm.
It feels like a longing because it recognizes in the dream, I'm being redundant, but it ties in a sense of incompleteness or a sense of, so it manifests as apparent longing for some sense.
Yeah. And it seems that most people are okay with that. They don't even notice that there's a discontent. It's just like, oh, it's just life and I'm pushing through, for most people. But then when there's certain bodies that are sensitive, and then the story's just not nice. And then you end up here. It just, yeah.
It's amazing how the mystery in the dream is never even questioned.
Yeah.
It's just, this is,
Are suits supposed to be like this? So we went up, we went down. I don't know where I am. And now we'll go way up. In the Chan Mirror, written by the famous Korean patriarch Chong-ho Hyu-jong, he commented on the koan, "What is the essence of Bodhidharmas coming from the West?" To which Chow Chow responded, "Pine nut tree in the garden." On this koan, Master Chong-ho commented, "This is the unconventional direct teaching which cannot even be found in the Dragon King Palace Sutra." To this he added a gatha, "Fish swims, water is not clear, bird flies, feather falls." Why did Master Chong-ho add the gatha, "Fish swims, water is not clear, bird flies, feather falls"? And I would add that there's no excuse for bad poetry. Well, there's nobody actually seeking for anything as much as we're all seeking for the same thing. So you got to work on the contradiction power, or the opposites dissolving each other. So it's like, oh, irrelevance. And then we're learning to give irrelevance. So it's like looking across this villa of lakeness. We see the pine trees over there, or whatever the heck they are. We can't say that those pine trees aren't there. That'd be ridiculous. But to say that they are there is also ridiculous, equally ridiculous. What are pine trees? Just something you thought up, just something you made up. So this isn't about what we had thought up, or what we didn't think up, or what we made up, or what we didn't make up. This isn't about we or not we. Beyond and before the nature of what a contradiction can be. So what we're finding out is that all this is assumed up. All this is created truths that are irrelevant to the truth of ever new impermanent nature. You can say that. That's like a practical way of looking at it. Ever new impermanent nature. Yeah, right. And then you do these kind of exercises, or you practice in these kind of ways, and then it becomes embodied. So you don't have to reject these ideas. Like it's to my chagrin, but I've been putting on some weight here in Vietnam, and I'm a very you can't really not lie, because lying is just kind of about authenticity. That's why the great masters, they kind of land on poetry, because it's free from truth. So, you know, I was thinking, well, I look, the way I'm looking, the way I'm feeling, the way this suit is fitting me, it looks like I'm going to have to change the Australian Dharma trip to Dr. Rob's Australian weight loss journey. You know, just to be more humble and more practical about what's going to be taking place over there. But then those things that you list down because you believe in them or you don't believe in them, you're accepting them or you're rejecting them, you're just feeding that energy. So you have to accept what you reject. You have to reject what you accept to get out of the duality of being in conflict or supporting things. And then those things lose energy. And then they will never arise again eventually. But the body doesn't really matter very much. It's your mind. So we use the body to start looking at our mind. Or we use the mind to see through the story of the body or the appearance of the body as something that has to control the mind. But you have to start looking to see how much the mind is being controlled by the body in a very arbitrary way. You just have to be a kind of a shithead loser. You have to, you know, as I like to say, eat shit and drink piss. You have to eat suffering. You have to eat unpleasantness. You have to eat unsatisfactoriness. You have to eat not idealness. You have to face that moment by moment, breath by breath. You got to, you know, dig into the toilet and get something out of there and have yourself a meal. I mean, that's what we're doing in our lives, but we try to cover it up. This life is shit. You're going to die. Everybody you care about is going to die. This body is disgusting if you look inside. Doesn't matter how you dress it up. It's naked underneath. Nobody else can know that for you, but you can know that for yourself. That you're naked underneath the story of the ego. That you're totally vulnerable and totally exposed all the time. And who is you? Just my imagination, you know what I mean? The imagination of something or someone that's not this. Maybe think about teaching to trees, you know, like, what are you going to say? Fuck you, tree, give me that wood. But the tree just stays. So that's the power of nature. Just stay. Just stay, baby. And give in, and give up, and give out. Burn your whole body up in truth. And, you know, take this position of being embodied. Take this position of whatever it is that you're doing, do it with your whole heart, your whole body, your whole mind. If you're going to make a donation ad singa, be ready to give everything. Be ready to give your whole life to it. Why not? What better do you have to do than to stand up against a false Dhamma teacher? Or whatever story you might want to tell from moment to moment. Very beautiful. It's probably very simple, but there's just a lacking of subtlety in terms of the mind's approach or the self's approach to being with everything, which is what we're with all the time. We're with everything all the time. That's what time is, just another word for being with everything. Oh, how's everybody doing anyway? No, I don't have another job. This is my life. This is my life's work, everybody. We're going to the tippy top. My work is to become very, very enlightened. Thank you so much. It's really good, really delicious.
Thank you.
You're a real professional. Thank you, Pooh. It is precisely our tendency towards self-fixation and self-ideation, selfishness, that keeps us bound up in depression and anxiety, etc. Period. So it's a good idea that, hey, if you would just go outside and get moving and take a bike ride or whatever, go for a walk, that your depression would be alleviated. But there's still this problem of a lack of willingness to give, a lack of willingness to practice generosity, to consider generosity in your life seriously, that allows you to be open to empathizing with the other human beings that have access to not being depressed at that time, at that moment. So we can take refuge in the community, we can take refuge in the Sangha, we can take refuge in our teacher, and there's not some taboo about that. The taboo is in our unwillingness to be generous. That's why we can't bow, that's why we can't surrender, that's why we can't approach with sincerity, because of our balled upness of selfishness.
If there is the need to control, then there is a lack of wisdom. So whenever we feel like we need to control the mind, that means we're not actually seeing the real nature of what's happening. Because if the mind has to be kind of really controlled, then something is happening we're not letting go, or we're not cultivating it in the right way. It becomes this thing where we feel like we need to push and pull and pluck and poke our cows in line. But in reality, if we know which states to grow, and these are just unwholesome states, if we know how to turn these into wholesome states, then there is no need for that. So if
fuck your life, now there is nothing for you to control. You can't reach that. There's no reason for you to control anything. It's not necessary for you to be in control of the lake, of the mountains, of the sky. Fuck your life. You know what I do every day? I say, hey life, fuck you. And I get back to the path of being concerned with the Dharma and helping others. Giving. Reaching out, giving. Taking refuge. I take refuge in this community. I take refuge in the Buddha, in me, in the water, in the nature. I take refuge in the teachings that are not telling me about Jujutsu Kaisen, the next season, but the teachings that are telling me how to say, fuck you, I want to wake up. And then being willing to give everything to that, not to control anything, but to give to that which is this, now. That's why I'm always doing everything through live streams, because that's all that this is about. Is now. This isn't about anything else. Welcome Michael, Aditya, Kylie, Najorje, and Nick. Welcome Norbert. Don't be shy to throw your cash around, concerned with the Dharma, concerned with the path. You know what my advice is for young people who, they want to be successful in their lives, they want to live their lives or whatever? Go and work at McDonald's, save up some money, save up a few grand, get your passport, and tell me when you're ready. There's all kinds of opportunities out there to get more concerned with the path. It's not about yesterday or tomorrow. It's about how can you meet now. That's the only place that your life is ever going to have any value. That's the only place that life is real, is now. To find balance in emptiness. Death is just another word for life. Life is just another word for death. Death and life are just words for the sake of words. Pointing, oh, my son is dead. Oh, that tree has died. If we can't embrace death, if we can't talk about the ending of our beliefs and our stories and our identities, then our life is just going to be hippie town in Guatemala, straight through and out. Through the through, out from the out, beyond the beyond. If you want to play poker, if you want to win big, there better be some cash on that table. It's like going to a coffee shop and expecting them to bring you free coffee. What do you think this is? A communist country?
Everything ahosi, ahosi, ahosi.
This is not the doctrine of self. This is not the teaching of self. This does not believe in separation. No birth, no death, no self, no other, nobody to live any life. Just machinations of control based on sounds that turned into symbols, or symbols that turned into sounds based on nature. Come back to the nature. then everything is free already. This is not concerned with what you believe or what you consider about. The coffee shop doesn't care what you consider about. Why would the Buddha care what you consider about? Stop considering about things and start to consider to stop considering. Or as they say, start to think about not thinking. Always looking for something to exploit. Look at the lake. I wonder if I can kill something in there and eat it. Look at the trees. I wonder if I can destroy them and make fire. The addiction to exploitation of what is irrelevant to this as it already is, that doesn't need you, let alone to need you to think about it. Stop terrorizing nature. Stop terrorizing awareness with thoughts, with stories, with positions. And if you can't stop it, pick it up and take it somewhere else. try. Just do it. For who? For our thoughts about things? For our thoughts about things, there's differences between anything and everything. Thoughts are just differences. In this visage of this hallucinatory appearance of the nature, is there anything to see? Does seeing rely on things to be seen? No, it does not. It's your focus, your attention, that's thinging what has no thing in it. This is why expedients are taught. For you to practice generosity seriously, for you to practice meditation seriously. Because you keep thingifying what has no things in it. Release and relax the whole body and mind. Together with everything, not in terms of one thing versus another thing. Give out and give away the irrelevance of things. How many particles of water are in this lake? Another way to say that is, hello, I'm retarded. But, there is no but. There is only the here and now that is butless. The body is constantly saying but. So you have to face the body, face the direct experience of breathing now, Rukalias, and everyone, and say no to the body. Say no to the mind. Say no to every thought.
Do this a couple of ways. We're going to do this a couple of ways. Those that have the 1,000 plus 1, that means you're coming with your 1,000 that you're giving, plus you've asked someone else to give. Now, you don't have to stop at 1,000, and we're going to deal. So, in other words, if you say, Pastor Winans, I'm coming with my 1,000 plus another 3,000, then you'll say that. You understand? And if you didn't get the plus 1, but you maybe came with $250, you're going to come say that this is my 1,000 plus 250. You with me? And we're going to go all the way down. So I need you, in order for this to work, I need you to come when you're called with the offering that you're bringing.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity with the vision of Perfected Church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
Don't be cheap. Or you'll end up wearing a suit that doesn't fit. Now, how do we exercise our ability to learn from our experiences? By allowing our experiences to not be about ourselves. The self can't learn, the self can't grow. The self just looks for whatever perpetuates it. That's why people can spend hundreds of hours debating politics, religion, whatever, and their views never change. Your willingness to let go, your willingness for your life to not be about yourself is very, very important. But you're never going to see how real that is until you exercise your willingness for your possessions, your property, your thoughts to not be yours. Your money doesn't belong to you. Your poverty doesn't belong to you. Your thoughts do not belong to you. Because you is just as real as the silence. So you have to start listening, or your life is going to be the same forever. We should be ashamed of how selfish we are. The more wealthy you are, the more ashamed you should be of your selfishness. We don't like to have it pointed out how selfish we are. That's why we avoid poor people. That's why we avoid people in need. That's why we don't like to hear about how responsible we are for our own suffering. willingness to sacrifice your whole life is how enlightened you can become. Now, we are not here to do a random live stream and talk nonsense. These are the teachings of Dr. Rob at the Monk Life Meditation Institute. Most of our teachings and our happenings are taking place multiple hours a day. Good luck finding a spiritual teacher, a meditation master, a former Buddhist monk of 7 years, live streaming multiple hours a day to teach about the Dharma. But you won't find me being offended by my lack of support or lack of respect or lack of recognition. Because this isn't about me and what I want and my identity. This is about the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Now it's true, our upcoming Dharma teaching tour in Australia is going to be happening very soon, the beginning of next month. We will begin a series of talks, a series of lectures, a series of meditation retreats all over Australia, and many people will be in attendance. But the value that we can get from the Dharma doesn't have anything to do with statues and many people. It's how seriously you are willing to and ready to sacrifice yourself for all, for everything, for the community, for the path. Making serious donations, thinking seriously about following precepts, about being mindful in all activities of body, speech, and mind. Daring to practice meditation seriously, not alone, but together with everything. This is the Dharma ending age, and I should be respected, I should be revered, I should be well supported for taking a stand as a Westerner to make daily offerings, many hours a day, to help people learn the Dharma and to reinvigorate the Dharma for young people around the world. Western Dharma, American Dharma. And I invoke shame upon Buddhists around the world, especially English-speaking Buddhists around the world, for their lack of support, their lack of integrity, and their lack of depth in their practice, their unwillingness to give, to support, to follow, and to join in not only the work of Dr. Rob, the founder of the Monk Life Meditation Institute, but also in the work of my master, Sayadaw Otamatara, founder of Tabarwa. Shame on the Buddhists of the world, as well as the white, fake, spiritual hippies of the world. May you be ashamed of yourselves. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we will open up the space for people to ask questions and to share their experience, for people to call in on WhatsApp, for people to offer substantial contributions to this work, to this practice, to this path. There's a lot of phony spiritual practitioners out there, a lot of phony Buddhists out there. There's no phony business here. There's no business at all here because I'm not a businessman. I am a Dharma teacher. I am an authorized meditation master. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And my work is not concerned with business, my work is concerned with Dhamma propagation, limitlessly for all. Not just for those people who are brown-skinned or yellow-skinned or easily trapped in appearances. If it's not limitless, it's got nothing to do with Dharma. Westerners are not serious about Buddhism. They're not serious about the Sangha. They're not serious about the Dharma. They're serious about their own ego and cultural Buddhism. Their addiction to meditation experiences and their unwillingness to take on the suffering of the world. I agree. There's no need to defend myself. There's no need for anything at all. Needless awareness. No self to defend. No Buddha, no Dharma, no Sangha. Buddhism is a dying religion, a dying culture, a dying philosophy. Buddhism is on its last legs. Buddhist masters and teachers around the world are unequipped to train new monks and to train Western practitioners. They're also shamefully arrogant, shamefully greedy, shamefully conservative, shamefully self-oriented. the nature of taking the first taste of Nibbana, Sotapanna-ship, is a non-attachment to rites and rituals, and yet most Buddhists around the world are hovering over the toilet sink to drink up the rites and rituals of cultural norms, to raise money for statues and arbitrary missionary work that is limited in its scope and in its capacity. Shame on all the Buddhist monks, shame on all the Buddhist practitioners around the world for their fealty to weakness. The Dharma ending age is brought on more and more swiftly by disingenuous monastics, supporters, and practitioners that are unwilling to continue facing the work of Dhamma propagation and meeting the basic needs of others so that they also can practice the Dharma seriously. The Dharma masters of the last century who brought the Dharma to the West, who brought the Dharma into the age of modernism, are weeping in a state of sorrow, in a state of misery, as the Dharma ending age is brought on quicker and quicker by the institutions they founded, unwillingness to step out of contrivance and cultural conditioning and to keep cowtailing to the ways of the past. As the youth of the world has less and less access to real Dharma teachers and to real Dharma community. There is a lack of accessibility that cannot be covered up or ameliorated by contrived academic Dharma institutions that do nothing to bring people to enlightenment, just creating librarians. The Buddha was not a librarian. The Buddha is revolution. So our work here and our mission here is to create new meditation centers around the world for all. In the lineage of Sayadaw Ashin, Ottamatara, founder of Tabarwa. If you're ready, call in on WhatsApp. I am a revolutionary. I am the Che Guevara of American Buddhism. I will become a patriarch. Idealism won't get you to the other shore, nor will academics. You can memorize all the suttas that have ever been, and it won't make you able to train serious practitioners on the path. This is not about realizing non-duality. This is about forgiving self and creating mass cessation hubs around the world. You can also call me Mr. Cessation. This is for everyone. This is concerned with everything. Shame on the Buddhists of the world, especially the white ones. And you may not be in a position to have much understanding or access to relevance when it comes to these things, but you can be inspired to give. You can be inspired to donate. You can be inspired to serve. You can be inspired to set up a meditation retreat. You can be inspired to attend a meditation retreat. You can be inspired to take refuge in a limitless vision of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment for all, of and for the recollection of ever new impermanent nature, to put an end to the disassociated discombobulation that we call modern society. Norbert, I do encourage you to call in on WhatsApp. I'd love to hear from you. But I was talking with a young person because I do a lot of Dhamma propagation, a lot of outreach work concerned with Buddhism for young people. And they were saying something like that. And I told them, you need to learn how to walk barefoot before you can find shoes that fit your feet. So the way of giving up any ideal of choice puts you into the position of a bearer of reality. Your degree of bearing reality is your degree of access to the profundity of living. But if you can't bear reality that's not based on thinking, just like trees aren't based in the name trees or separation, then your thoughts and your way of thinking will be irrelevant. That's why we have to be more willing, as people who take this practice seriously, to give, to become donors, to become volunteers, etc. Who am I speaking with?
Norbert.
Okay, Norbert, what can I do for you today?
So,
Why don't you start
simplest
by
terms I can
introducing
put it-
yourself, your age, your race, your weight, your height, your job, how much money you have in your bank account. Introduce yourself.
So I'm Norbert Lopatka. I'm 21. Originally from Poland. Lived there for 10. Moved to America. Lived for 11. Worked many positions, mostly physical. Moved on to mental. Went to military. Went out. Stayed in restaurants. I'm white. And yes,
How about the bank account?
I'm
How much in the bank account?
blessed. I am blessed for what I have across 5 investments. So I'll say around net of 15,000.
Okay, great. Good.
And my problem, you could say, or should I change it to challenge, of like accepting or not having or not wanting anything or just being nothing. Like,
Well,
it's like living already.
first of all, you're not generous enough. That's first of all. You think and live too much for yourself. That's the first problem. Second problem, you don't rein in the mind enough. You haven't trained to rein in the mind enough on your own. Just concerned with the mind, not concerned with the outside context. Now,
What do you call
getting
your
those
own?
things out of the way. What's wrong with not having? I'll answer it for you. Nothing is wrong with not having. To be in a state of not having means that there's nothing for you to protect. There's nothing for you to manage. There's nothing for you to control. There's nothing for you to build up. There's nothing for you to tear down. So not having is a blessing. You should be open, if you want to progress, to the state and experience of not having. This is based in reality. Not having is based in reality. Having is based in thoughts about things, thoughts about reality, stories about reality. When thoughts arise,
And there,
you possess them because you're not generous enough. So let it be that way, instead of putting another thought on top of that. Too much ego, too much self-importance, too much relying on oneself. What are we, genocidal white men in 16th century America killing groups of Native American children? What is this story of self-reliance that seems to be so important to us? The problem of the world is that everyone's relying on themselves. You should rely on not thinking about things in meditation, so that you can realize that life is a meditation. And there are many people way more experienced than you in that. So we teach here not to take refuge in ourselves for our own understanding, but to take refuge in the Dharma masters. Just like if we were playing basketball or soccer. If someone's more experienced, it doesn't matter what you think about it. You shut up and follow and listen and play and participate in the training. And then you will have a marketive improvement. But you will also get again into discombobulation and confusion. So you come back again to the court of play, concerned with the truth, not concerned with likes and dislikes, and stories about self and other. But you cannot understand it. That's why you need to become a great donor. You need to become a great mind rainer, to rein the mind, not to grab onto that thought and then go for a dance with it. That will just take you to hell as much as it will take you to heaven. You have to come face to face with now and let now fuck you up. How far you want to go in it is up to you. I want to go all the way.
Like consideration of entity limited to nothing in knowing everything.
This is the teaching. You're not a thinker. Every thought that you have is wrong. Just like every move that you make on the basketball court is wrong because you're too fat, because your ankles are broken by your own weight. So the weight of ignorance and attachment in you is too great for you to have anything to think about. So if you want to get concerned with enlightenment or the teaching of Buddha and to meet the Dharma, to meet the true mind, you have to start taking practice very seriously. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Thank you.
I'll be here to help along the way, so you stay tuned and you stay connected. Come to Australia, join for the Dharma trip. That's what it takes. You don't have to do that. It's not that practice specifically, it's the principle of that. You understand? But you could also do that specifically. That's also a good idea. We're not doing your every average day spiritual bullshit here, okay? This is the big times. This is where you make the big bucks. Just like you have to put real money on the table to get money back for your investment, right? You invest $25, what are you going to get back from that? Nothing. This is investing the whole body and mind. Capiche?
Capiche?
So it's up to you how far you want to go, how seriously you want to take this. But it's not. But it's not about you having thoughts about it and then talking about those thoughts. There's nothing to do with that.
Reacting?
Yeah, reacting. It has nothing to do with reacting. It has to do with sacrificing.
How much you're giving?
As much as you can get. That's how much I'm going to give you.
It's like up and down, which makes you limited. And there's this point of nothing that actually makes you infinitive. That's even a word. And then there's just like happiness feels like an illusion.
Well, this is the teaching, brother, and this is why I don't have many viewers or many followers, because it doesn't matter what you think about it at all. It doesn't matter at all what you think about it. And your willingness to think more and more about it isn't going to change that. It's just going to point out how little it matters what you think about it. You have to be ready to sacrifice a large part of yourself to have any success at all when it comes to this. Now, it kind of makes sense to say it this way because we're coming from a Western position where it's all or nothing. In the time of the Buddha, the people that he met were just homeless brown people. Talk about brown. These were the brownest of people. They're not going to have a car. They're not going to have a hot shower in their lives. So the Buddha, they were receptive, they were open because they're humble. They're humbled by the sunlight. They're humbled by the brownness. They're humbled by the scarcity. They're humbled by the seriousness of their direct experience moment by moment. We're not humbled by the seriousness of our direct experience moment by moment. We're dreaming of Wall Street. We're dreaming of a new car. We're dreaming of a $1,000 suit, leather, alligator skin, a kangaroo skin suit, all right? So you have to be ready to sacrifice yourself. Those thoughts you're talking about big thoughts. You want to meet up your direct experience with the bigness of those thoughts, you're going to have to make big sacrifices, period.
Period. And it starts all new again, goes through.
It never
and
starts.
It relives this timeline.
No, it never starts. Just like you can't get a refund for the cappuccino that you've already drinking. We're always looking for a refund. We're always looking to manipulate the game. This is unreceivable giving, unthinkable thinking, unexperienceable experiencing. This is the danger zone for you. Why aren't there all these really deep and enlightened and meaningful spiritual teachers running around? And it's just full of retarded hippies in Guatemala gentrifying that Lake Atula, because it takes sacrifice. And the way that the system in America works is that you either are fair enough along that you don't have to sacrifice anything, or you have such a difficulty that you go crazy and you live your entire life in insanity. That's the culture is almost designed to do that. It's either broke or bust. It's either success in greed or success in schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, lowness, normalcy.
You're speaking life.
Come to Australia.
Heat?
What?
I just think heat.
Well, you got a couple $100, but that heat's not going to be any problem. I'm going to cool you off.
Ooh. Rather be warm than cold, or mixed, or I'd rather just choose one of those.
Well, they got plenty of that in Australia. I've heard there's some real crazies over there. So they got all that over there.
That's all?
There's nothing else besides that. It's like receiving a wedding invitation and then wondering about what they're going to serve there. You have to show up to eat. If you want to think about these kinds of things, you have to sacrifice to be able to think about these kinds of things. Period. I'm waiting for a substantial donation from our friend here. What was this guy's name? Mr. Poland? Mr. Moneybucks?
We'll be gladly.
This WhatsApp number is for people who want help to become enlightened. That's what the WhatsApp number is for, 1-800-ENLIGHTENMENT.
Thank you.
There we go. I was going to send you my PayPal, but that's a good way to do it too. Maybe the real Australia was the donations that we made along the way. No law of attraction, law of my foot up your ass, Solid South. Spiritually. Not literally. That'd be a nightmare. Or some gay men's dreams. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, it's just not my dream. Some human beings dream, you know, I don't know. But not my dream. We're talking about a spiritual, an allegorical, a metaphorical foot. Concerned with saying, hey, what's enlightenment? Have you cleaned your bowl? Yes. Okay, go and have tea. Our end goal is for me to become a real anime character and to create meditation centers around the world for all. One day we'll have a lake house just like this in the streets of Guatemala for all the raggedy hippies to come and get some foot treatment. Well, I'm glad that we could connect, Norbert. You have anything else you want to share or ask about? Oh. You got it, brother. Once we practice to extend that willingness to sacrifice, then we get some affiliation, we get some connection with that way. Who else is going to call in on WhatsApp? And thank you, Norbert, setting a good example for other members of the community and passersby. The Buddha said that children are the greatest suffering in this world. And the later patriarch said, suffering is enlightenment. What we need to learn how to do is to stop doing for ourselves and to start cooperating. Cooperating, communicating, using our resources for the others, not just for ourselves. Woo! The body is not your friend. The body is suffering. The body is horrible. All this attachment to pleasure, how do you think that's going to work out when you have a lot of pain? It's going to be a lot of suffering. If you participate in a Native American church peyote meeting, then you ingest this peyote, which is like a cactus, psychedelic cactus, and it's very bitter. So you eat it. One time I was in, I think it was the third meeting I went to, and I ate a lot of this cactus. I don't remember if it was dry or the raw, the fresh, but of course fresh is better. And I ate so much, and then, you know, I was throwing up. I throwed up a lot of it. And they call that getting well. So it's a kind of purging this suffering that we go through, this unpleasantness that we go through, is getting out our affiliation, our attachment modality of holding on to these experiences, these appearances in the body. So we can constantly try to avoid pain or avoid what is, but it's never going to work. You can't avoid what is. So trying to avoid it or trying not to avoid it is just saying the same thing. So it's not about how we feel, not about over here or over there, or this thought or that thought, or this situation or that situation. Not about good or bad. Not about right or wrong. Not about wanting or not wanting. Not about itself. Not about is just something to be about. So it's not about the not about either. You keep looping in these stories, in these thoughts, in this seeking, in this avoiding. Stop. Stop and give. That's the real meditation. That's the natural meditation. If you can't meditate, that's fine, but you have to be a volunteer then. You have to be a giver in some way. Otherwise, you're just a spectator, wondering why you're not getting any cash. You're not doing anything. You're just sitting there consuming. You're not planting any seeds. So how are you going to grow fruit? Break out from the prison of your feeling this way or that way. Break out from the prism of, what's going on right now. Most of the time you don't need to eat. Most of the time you don't need to sleep. Most of the time you don't need to think. Bound up and tangled up in the way that things feel and the way that things seem. Go out, give out beyond the thinking, give out beyond the identity, give out beyond the belief of someone. Totally, completely, beyond birth and death, beyond identity or no identity. Beyond here or there, beyond this or that. And if you can start to do that now with just the little feelings that you have, well, this is a little bit boring, oh, this is really good, oh, this is really bad, I'm really going through the pain right now, then you will be face to face with death, and you won't care. It will be irrelevant. Death will be irrelevant. Life will be irrelevant. Thought will be irrelevant. Giving out the irrelevance of irrelevance itself. You can't trust your mind. You can't trust the way that things appear to be. If you're going to trust that, you might as well curl up and die. not about being a Sotapanna or not being a Sotapanna, not about enlightenment or not enlightenment. Just more and more stories, more and more identity, more and more belief, more and more things that you have to deal with that's keeping you from dealing with nothing. What's this? Hey, we do have a PayPal too, Norbert, but that's good. 50 Monk Life gift memberships, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat. Everybody's going to be a member by the end of this. Do we have enough subscribers for that kind of generosity? Great. Big W's in the chat, everybody. That's how it goes as well. There is no real world. The real world that you know about, that you believe in, is just a fiction. Just another story. Just as real as Naruto. Oh. The amount of pain that this body can feel. How do you disciple yourself to not eat, drink, and sleep? You don't. You need support. You need community. You need your teacher. You need the meditation retreat. You need the Sangha. You need the community. How do you donate 50 Monk Life memberships? With the community. How do you train in not eating, not sleeping, not thinking? With someone who knows how to do that. Nobody cares if you watch this or you listen to this. You don't even care if you watch this or you listen to this. You have to become an investor. Then you'll come back to get your money's worth. You'll have to. The same with the meditation, how all these things open up, all these opportunities open up, all these donors, new donors open up. You say you don't care, wait till you get a tummy ache, then you'll care. Wait till life puts its foot up your rear end, then you'll care. Keep giving. Keep giving the mindfulness. Keep giving the not attaching. Give the giving itself. Remember the remembering itself. Forgive the forgiveness itself. Unrefined the unrefined itself. Look at the looking itself. Think about the thinking itself. No, I don't work. I give. I'm a giver. You don't need to work when your life is devoted to giving. Stop. If something makes you stressed, stop it. But what we don't know how to do is we don't know how to stop in a big way, in a total way, in a complete way. If you knew how to just go out for a walk, completely and totally, then your depression would be instantaneously solved and resolved and fixed. You stop coding as if you may never code again in your life. You walk out of the house as if you may never go back to that house ever again. Sacrifice your life. Sacrifice your identity. Money comes from the donors, Theo. Money doesn't grow on trees. That's ridiculous. But life isn't just about money. You make life about money, and that's why money makes you suffer. Not about law of attraction or I'm identifying, I'm attracting wealth. You're a dummy. Money ain't worth nothing right now. All the money in the world ain't worth nothing right now. That's what you don't understand. That's what you need to get. That's what you need to realize. That's what you need to remember. $1 million in the table doesn't mean nothing. You make it mean something. And you make that be shallow because everything in your life is shallow. If it wasn't, then everything would be profound. everything would be a key to heaven, or for us Buddhists, a key to Nibbana, a key to cessation. And we'd be triggering mass cessation events everywhere we went. We would be a ninth Bhumi Bodhisattva. We'd be established in abiding and non-abiding instead of scrolling on TikTok and seeking pleasure. And when we live like that, nothing is really pleasurable. Nothing is really profound, because we're using up all of our blessings moment by moment. We're quickly using up our blessings. We're quickly using up our good fortune. You need to let it rest. You need to let it deepen. You need to allow. You can only do that through giving, because there's so much access to getting nowadays. Stop, even if it's for a day, even if it's for a moment, even if it's for a week or a month, stop focusing on getting. It hasn't got you anywhere yet. Someone said you can't beg forever. So what? That's what life insurance policies are for, Lexicon. That's what 401ks are for. That's what generosity is for. That's what mindfulness and detachment is for. Sometimes what we experience or what we say or what we hear, it hits a little bit too close to home. And it triggers our anger, it triggers our greed. It triggers a storm of non-practical, complicated thinking. So the message is to stop. You can't beg forever, but you can give forever. That's the story of the Buddha. I mean, I'm sorry, but just because you're stupid doesn't mean that everybody is stupid. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean that everyone doesn't understand something. Just because you've built up some kind of shallow idea of what life is doesn't mean that that's what life is. Arita with Huskies, I'm sorry to tell you that you're discombobulated. Oh, don't worry about where in the world I am. Worry about what my PayPal account is so that you can make a donation. Hopefully a substantial donation for these teachings, or inspired by these teachings. Or not. You won't catch me thinking about that. I thought about, because I'm going to be attending a meditation retreat towards the end of my stay in Australia. Well, at the end of my stay in Australia. And I was thinking it should be almost a 10-day retreat. And was thinking that the monk who's leading the retreat, what if interspersed or at the end of each day, the monk was sharing his PayPal, talking about the benefits of generosity. I can understand how that can be disconcerting. Well, actually, no, I can't. I think that'd just be funny, but we have to look deeper than that. We have to jump over the presentation to see who's presenting. Who is the one presenting? Who is the one looking at this? Who is the one that's hearing these words? Not just lost in our shallowness. You should be ashamed of yourself for how selfish you are. I am. Hello, Coolius. What can I do for you today? You have a question about spirituality? You want to get enlightened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what can I do for you? Introduce yourself first.
My name is Coolius. I am currently on a journey. I just don't know what to do with myself, brother. I just don't know.
Well, you have to start off with the basics. You have to start off with the basics. Your journey is based in a fire of selfishness. You're constantly focused on yourself. You're constantly consuming media. You're constantly compulsively thinking about yourself and working for yourself. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that you're not thinking about morality. You're not thinking about being mindful or being aware in all of your activities. You're not thinking about the 5 precepts. And the third part of your journey is that you're too discombobulated and disassociated by your constant consumption to receive any teachings. So you have to see that you are the problem. And that you is not a problem for me. That's why I can help you. But I don't want to help you. I don't want you to be here. I don't want you to take this seriously. I'd be lying if I said that I wanted that I desired that. So you have a lot of work to do, man, and it might not happen this life because you're really, really retarded currently, and that's, some people are born or happen to be retarded. So you're going to have to deal with that first. How retarded you are, how stupid you are, how disingenuous you are, how discombobulated you are, how disassociated you are, how selfish and egoic you are, how you've never been trained, you've never done any training concerned with enlightenment, concerned with the true mind. So, those are the breaks, as they say. I'm here to give, but I'm not here to control what you do. And you're certainly not doing me any favor by bringing yourself here. It's actually a teaching that a lot of people can receive, and is very accessible to just call people retards after being a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Actually, really reaches people. It's not a Vipassana retreat. That's why I'm kind of quite looking forward to experiencing that. It's a dhyana retreat. It's a jhana retreat. With an alleged anagami. I'll send you a link to that teacher, Chinath. You message me on WhatsApp. So we hold out hopes. We hold out hopes for bingo bongo time. You know, we hold out hopes for getting what we want. But in the meantime, we have to give. We have to be in the way of giving. Constantly, consistently, one moment after the next. As these states of experience, these states of identity and ego dissolve and dissipate. You got to be there to see that, be there to experience that, so that can inform your path rather than just your seeking and self-stimulating. Don't you want to become potent? Don't you want to become profound? Don't you want to stop being just another retard? Crawling around on the ground looking for scraps? Looking for anybody to give you the littlest bit of attention? See if you can find a group of other, schizoid lunatics to sit down and talk with together and act like they're important. This is the tough truth, everybody. You come up here and you give. You don't just sit there and steal these teachings. Steal my energy without giving. How dare you? And then Americans, they say, well, I can give you my anger. I can give you my greed. I can give you my nonsense thoughts. Well, nothing like poison in the water. Okay, hello Lexicon. What can I do for you? Please start by introducing yourself a little bit.
Sure. My name is Lexicon, and I'm 57 years old, and I'm a therapist, and I live in America, and I help lots of people with problems.
Great. What can I do for you today, Lexicon? What's your question?
I don't have a question. You called me up, but I was just commenting that, in areas where I get paid and I try to help people, I don't necessarily go the route you're going right now, and I was just making that comment and that's why you called me up, I think.
Well, that's why it's great that we have you here, because you can be in a position to make a donation and to get a lot from these teachings. Get a lot from the generosity on the table here.
Well, I get a lot from Buddhism already, brother.
Yeah, but you weren't a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
And you weren't a seminarian and a psychiatrist for 12 years.
So what are we going to do? Where should I send you my PayPal, Lexicon?
I already know what your PayPal is.
Well, then feel free.
I'm just engaging in a conversation right now, right?
Yeah. No, you sound fairly fair.
Absolutely. I've been watching you for a long time. I enjoy watching you, by the way.
Well, how much does an hour of therapy cost?
An hour of therapy?
Yeah.
$125.
That's cheap, but I'll take that if that's all that you can do. Count out how many hours you've been watching, and I'll give you a 50% discount.
I didn't say hours. I just said I've watched you a lot. I remember I've been watching you on... How long you been on TikTok? Probably 3-4 years now?
Well, it's got to be at least an hour after 3 or 4 years,
Right, but you've been on for 3 or 4 years, right?
Sure, sure. More than that. More
Yeah,
than
yeah.
that.
Yep. So I do appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, it's great to have someone like you on board. You know, we have a thriving community on our Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel. That's where most of our live streams are taking place. And this is a very serious practice. This is a very serious space for those concerned with the Dharma.
I think you're right. I will send you a donation, my friend.
Namaste. Thank you, brother.
Have a good one.
I'll disconnect you. Lexicon, please send your donation through PayPal, okay? We don't want TikTok to get in between your generosity. And Rosemary, you don't know about my ego because you haven't trained seriously in meditation. You haven't, it's okay. You haven't trained seriously in the Dharma, so you don't know about the ego of someone who has. Just your belief, just your appearances, getting stuck in appearances. So that's not a good idea. That's not reliable. Appearances are not reliable. It's like buying a phone that's a display model, that the screen doesn't even work. So you don't want to buy anything like that, I can assure you. You don't want to buy into your own thoughts. Well, Requiem, there's a confusion that this is about thinking about things. And this is not about meetings between psychology and theology. This is not like something to give people something to think about. You can say there's a time and a place for that, but honestly, I don't have much time and place for that in my life. It's too contrived, it's too limited, it's too distracting. I see there's some monks who do, all these interviews with all these different people. And I say, you should get your balls back from whoever cut them off, and you should speak face to face, mind to mind, heart to heart about your aspirations, your directions, what you want, and what you're willing to give. Not that they're not doing that, just, for allegory's sake, for example's sake. This is about not thinking. This is about not words and phrases. This is a special transmission outside of the suttas, and certainly outside of psychology and theology. Give a gift of letting go of that thought. Give a gift of not identifying with that thought, with that experience. even in the midst of it. You know, as it's said in Buddhism, a lot of Buddhist meditation centers will have this disclaimer, you know, that Buddhism doesn't cure mental illness. The Buddhism doesn't, but the Dharma does. So your realization, your taste of Nibbana, your taste of the Dhamma, your taste of cessation, your taste of anatta, dukkha, anicca, cures mental illness, cures that which was, up until now, thought of as uncurable. But in the role of a therapist or a psychologist, you're not really there to facilitate realization, or in the context of some kind of, you know, spiritual performer or religious indoctritor. And that means that the teachings leading to realization may be put to the side for the sake of appearances, or for the sake of advertisement, or for the sake of getting people to give donations. Let me put it on the YouTube lexicon. And if that link doesn't work for you, just send me a message on PayPal and I can send you the direct link that way. You can also consider to make it a monthly offering if you're so inspired. Because sometimes that thought or that experience or that situation is unavoidable. Kind of like how we may be sitting still and meditating or being with or bearing with or facing, and that pain may be unavoidable. So trying to avoid it isn't going to do you any good. You can't avoid it. So this position, this way of unavoidance is very important, very essential. To put yourself into a position, into a situation where you can't avoid what is there. You get a lot of teaching through that. You make a lot of blessings through that. One master, they said that actually the merits or the blessings that are accumulated through enduring is even higher than the merits and blessings that are accumulated through keeping the precepts. So dare to endure and dare to put yourself into a situation that's concerned with the Dharma, concerned with enlightenment to the very best of your abilities, and just endure. Just face, just be with, just experience it. Oi! Oi! Who's good? Who's good? Who's good? Who's Nah, more you the fuck. This is not scenery, Mr. Cat. This is your mind. Let yourself die.
Stop it, please. Plus,
Can I see? Can I have one, the green one? I, yeah, I look at it. Yes, okay.
Take it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, I'm grateful too.
Now, we are not here to
It's a good lesson. Not for the short term, not for the long term, for everything, here and now. Beyond short and long term. We're refreshing and restarting the computer of self. Of identity, of belief, of story. Why don't you call in, Noah Beast? Call in or I'll throw you into this lake. Okay, who's this?
This is Noah. Hello.
Mate, you sound a little bit Australian.
Oh, bloody oath, mate. I might be Australian.
Well, we're gonna have to come out to the Billabong out in the corner and see you there.
Oh, mate, my Billabong's about 12 hours away from your Billabong.
Oh, but mate, we're gonna have a good Billabong life, so we're gonna be ready to go there.
No,
Why don't you
I'm glad
introduce yourself a little bit, matey, and a little bit of biography, how old you are, how much you weigh, how tall you are, how much money you got in the bank, your job.
I'm 24. I weigh maybe like 80 kilo.
Well, you're not
So
gonna be competing with me on the arm wrestling table, then, are you?
No, I think you got me. I've seen your guns.
Yeah, that's right.
They're nice. Yeah.
Well, mate.
I think.
What else?
What else? Well, just you know, thanks for doing what you do, and
What's your job, mate?
I'm unemployed at the moment, but I'm
course
like
you
in
are.
construction and landscaping and all that good stuff.
Okay, mate. And where do you live?
On the East Coast.
No, I mean, you live with your parents, or you live on a Billabong, or what?
Yeah, I live with a parent at the moment.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, you
So
you let me know where it is. We'll drive up. Maybe we'll drive over there, stop by.
I think you'd like it here. We're like, I don't know if you've heard of Fraser Island, but it's like, I think it's the biggest offshore island in the world. But
Well, if you're unemployed,
yeah,
then you got all the time in the world to join us on the road trip. Can you drive stick?
yeah, I can.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Drive stick.
are you gonna come on the Dharma trip, road trip?
I'd love to, but I don't know. I'm nowhere near Victoria.
We'll go pick you up. We're gonna go and pick you up once we get the van.
Oh, mate, the crew's coming along. What's the plan exactly? Like, you got people.
We're gonna be in Sydney for about 2 weeks, or less, and then we're gonna make our ways down to the Golden Isle, to the Clown, and we're gonna take her van, and then we're just gonna drive around until we get to Perth.
To Perth.
So.
And are people in the van with you?
Yeah, we're gonna be in the van together.
Wow. How many? Because it can't fit too many people in a van, mate.
We'll get some tents. I mean, we'll get some things like that. As long as we're ready and willing to get in the van and drive around, then we got ourselves a fair dinkum meditation retreat.
I love it. I think you're gonna love Australia.
Yeah. Well, if everybody talks like you, then I definitely will.
Wow. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you kind of got an Australian spirit. I think that's why, like, so many Australians gravitate towards you. At least your stream, anyway.
I guess so. We'll see. We'll get to experience it in Australia, you know.
Yeah.
We're going to make a WhatsApp group. So for all the Australians, please send me a message on WhatsApp. And we're going to put all the Australians together into a WhatsApp group.
I love it.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
All we need, I mean, you think about it, all we need is a blue Clown van and some water jugs and maybe some tents, and then the Outback is just waiting for us. And we got a place for the meditation retreat in Clownville. I don't know where the hell it is. And we got a place for a meditation retreat in Perth. So we can go on a walkabout in Fraser Island, Noah.
Yeah. I don't want to discourage anyone, but it is a bit hot at the moment.
No.
So
We're
maybe-
talking about hell. We're talking about suffering together. There's nothing nice and fun about it. We're not going to be cracking brewskis and living a good life. We're going to be suffering together. And I'm going to be in charge. Okay?
Mm,
Yeah. So,
no, you got a disciple in me, mate.
okay. Well,
I'll be
that makes two. That makes two for the trip so far. In the van, 2 young men. So that'll be great.
Yeah. Who's the other one?
It's a bloke, Ditya, Sydney fella.
Oh yeah, I heard him on the phone.
He's a real mate. He's a real mate. So
Yeah, he can. Sounds like he can get some bush tucker for us.
that's right. That's right.
No, I appreciate you picking up and obviously what you do, and it's amazing. You know, I never really sat down with myself, which is weird to say, but yeah, since watching your streams, it's been really encouraging. And yeah, for a week there, I was going really well. And but yeah,
What happened? What was the fall off like?
I went out on a Saturday night drinking, and I didn't want to, but I made plans, and then I felt like I couldn't really flake on them, so I kind of just autopiloted and went along with everything.
The alcohol
Maybe that
is
makes me a
very
pussy.
dangerous. The alcohol is a very dangerous one, especially the social alcohol situation, because you got everybody taking off their backpacks of carefulness and just spreading out their shit everywhere, and then you're also don't have your carefulness, and you're just taking in so much energy, and then you get drunk, and it's a surefire way to fall off the path. So, and then what? The next week you just felt depressed, or what? What was your?
Yeah, and then I started smoking weed again, and
That's even worse. Weed and alcohol is even worse. You know what I mean? That's a nightmare fuel. That's a hell life fuel. Because what we're really working on here is like a abundancy, a rebounding, a buoyancy, to come back to awareness, to freshness, to openness, to exploration, to not identifying with the story of ourselves. But when you smoke that weed or when you get drunk, you're creating an identity. It's like you're dreaming when you're awake. And you've got enough problems with that as it is. So just take it easy and get back on the fair
Yeah.
dinkum Dharma train.
the Fed. That's what I wanted to ask you as well. Like sometimes when I used to smoke, well recently, I'd meditate, and it did feel like I was like, it's put me like 3 steps ahead in my meditation, so to speak. Like I felt
If you're
way
3
more.
steps ahead, you're 3 steps behind.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Especially
Like,
when it comes to like a special experience. The special experience in meditation should just be calm wholesomeness. So it's not about a specialness, like, oh, I'm zooming off. That's just an experience that you can get attached to and then be confused by. So don't put too much weight into if your meditation is good or if your meditation is bad. If it's good, it's bad. If it's bad, it's good. That's a good rule of thumb.
all right.
So,
Well-
you know, we'll see. We'll see what can happen in Australia, but
Yeah, if we get to meet up, that'd be
we'll
awesome.
do it. As long as you're willing, we're
not-
going to do it. We're going to get out there to you.
That's awesome. Hopefully, I can find something to donate to the trip as well.
See what you can do. You can see if there's any meditation center or yoga studio, anything like that in your area where we could
Yeah.
do something. Anyway, it's kind of hopeless, but it's something you could think about. Maybe something stands
Well,
out.
Yeah, a place comes to mind locally, so I'll think about it.
Even an old folks home or community center or whatever. Anything like that. They're usually open to have a meditation talk or different things like that. So
Yeah, there's a place here that's like a mindfulness cafe sort of thing. It used to be a Buddhist place, but it kind of just turned into like a cafe mindfulness place, and they do like singing bowl nights and whatever. I think they'd love you.
that sounds perfect. Let's get it set up.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'll tell you what city I'm from. I guess you won't know, so there's no point. But I'm like 4 hours south of Brisbane.
Well,
So-
I don't know what that means, but once we get into the outback, once I get on a kangaroo skin suit and my Crocodile Dundee hat, we're gonna be good to go. Don't worry about it.
I think you'll need a hat, definitely.
I'll get a kangaroo skin hat at the airport, maybe, or maybe they have the shops, the kangaroo skin shops around the place.
Kangaroo skin?
Kangaroo leather. You sure you're
I'm sure
Australian?
Yeah, mate. We're not all bush people, you know. We're not
Yeah.
all. Some of us are city folk. I'm like a bit in between.
Well, it's a chance for us to push our boundaries, you know what I mean? And to push our
Yeah.
boundaries concerned with the teachings of the Dhamma. We're also looking to start a meditation center, a Tabarwa center in Australia. So going and getting some experience with the Australian people and the vibe and the energy there, that's a good... Because I reached out to my teacher, I asked him if we had any centers there, and he said not yet. So it's in progress.
I think Australia is going to be the place for you, but I shouldn't say that. But yeah, I think there's a reason so many Australians like you.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Because that accent alone, it just swoons me. I'm just swooned by the Aussie accent. So.
I might be putting it on a bit.
Well, yeah. I'm hope you're gonna put it on a lot more once we get out there to the outback. Because I need to learn the
I'll be
lingo.
like-
You know, I need to learn how to speak to the Australian people on their terms.
Yeah, I was gonna say what you should do. You should ask ChatGPT for some Australian slang. There's some pretty good ones, and it gives you a good list of them.
Yeah. So we'll go around, we'll meditate, we'll visit some of these centers, we'll road trip, and you know, we'll make it happen. All we need is our willingness to just go out there and do it, and everything else will be taken care of.
That's awesome. I'll start saving up.
Yeah, sure. Well, you won't need anything, but you can have the opportunity to give during that, you know?
And I plan to, until then, you know, contribute to the streams, or to, you know, donate a little bit at what I can.
Well, listen, brother, I mean, you come here and you practice and you feel shame, you feel regret about getting drunk and having a bad week and stuff. I mean, that's what this is all about. The money is irrelevant, you know. We're going to let the Buddha take care of the money, and we'll just take care of our willingness to give. Really, you know, that's what it's all about. The money is irrelevant when it comes to doing this kind of work. That's what all the support is for, so that these opportunities are able to happen without having to get caught up in the details. So, you know, this is what we've been preparing for in a certain kind of way. These chances to give our whole bodies and minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love the sound of it. Are you going? Do you plan to keep on streaming, doing your live streams?
Yeah, we're gonna get a SIM card or whatever, And we'll be at some people's houses, so we can do like a couple-day meditation retreat, because a lot of the ways that we do the live streams now, it's according to like the context. So I can't, I guess I could, but it's very difficult to do like a one-day meditation retreat live streaming by myself at a coffee shop. But once we're together and we're all kind of very able to give our bodies and minds, then we can do the meditation retreat, we can go on the walkabout meditation and things like that. And it's going to be a big learning experience, a big unfolding experience for the ego that's been established up to this point. And vulnerability and, experience and all that. That's why it's good to have more people who are willing to, unemployed, who can join for the trip, because then we can bounce off of each other's egos and learn and grow through that,
Yeah, and a thought just came to me, if you do have like Australian citizens on the trip, maybe they could like get some funds from the government and whatnot, because the government does kind of like to give out money where it can to its citizens.
Well, we're going to be getting most of our funds from our suffering and our willingness to be crazy and go through our ego attacks, and then to come back to the billabongs and the kangaroos and the truth of Crocodile Dundee, you know what I mean?
I think so. Well, it's an honor to be part of the streams. It's an honor to have this open line to call you, that you leave open to anyone. And it'd be even more of an honor to be part of something in real life.
Well, I'm humbled and I'm very appreciative for you, Noah, and we're going to do our best to be mindful and not attached to the things that we're aware of. Okay? See you soon, Noah.
Alright. Thanks, man.
Duo and talk nonsense.
That's what we're gonna
These
do
are
in
the
Australia.
teachings of Dr. Rob at the Monk Life Meditation Institute.
Okay, what's going on? All right, do we have anybody else who wants to ask a question or call in or anything like that? And the reason that we don't smoke the weed or we don't drink the alcohol is because in a certain sense that's like our want to be overwhelmed and our want to be stimulated, and everything is already overwhelming and stimulating enough. So it's not that we're rejecting these things, it's just that they're unnecessary when we really start to step into this full spectrum, engaged life of direct experiencing, concerned with everything, concerned with everyone. And we put our egos into that, and the egos dissipate into awareness, into not self. And if we don't have this establishment, if we don't take virtue seriously, if we don't take this willingness to let go of what seems to be valuable to us at that moment seriously, then in that vulnerability, in that overwhelm, in that sensitivity, we become discombobulated. We get worried, or we don't have the faith, or we don't have the trust in the Dharma. So we have to be very careful about those kinds of things. When we're just working for ourselves, or we're just focusing on ourselves, we don't have to be so careful about those things. It's when we start to open up our perspective and our view to be inclusive of everyone and everything that we really start to see how important it is to be sober, or how precious it is, how valuable it is, how essential it is. And through coming together in Australia, we're going to have a lot more opportunities to support others as well, to support Tiger and to support Chanath. So it's not just about me and you. If it was just about me and you, that's kind of a headache. So we have this chance to be fearless in giving and being concerned with the Dharma, and we don't want to waste it. Okay? So thank you very much, dear friends, for being here together with me today. May you be healthy, may you be happy, may you be wealthy, may you be free from suffering. May whatever good effects, good experience, whatever blessings we have accumulated and accrued through this practice, and just through being concerned with the teaching of the Buddha, or the teaching leading to the ending of suffering that's not about thinking about things, may we offer and share those blessings out with all beings everywhere, especially those who are in dark places. May the light of our willingness to remember who we truly are be received in the darkness. May we be forgiven, and may we give forgiveness for all. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, dear friends, the WhatsApp is always open for your complaints, for your comments, for your praises, for your blames. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you all so much for being here with me. Thank you for your trust and your kindness in the Dhamma and in the path to ending suffering. Okay? See you soon.